we'll put everything together. This is going to be a 2D game, so I'll select 2D scene. And let's rename this from Node 2D to Game. And even though it's empty, let's go ahead and save it. So hit Ctrl S, go under Scenes, and let's save it here. And now we can actually play our game. It's not going to be very exciting, but let's try it out. So let's hit play up here or simply press F5. It's going to tell us that we haven't selected a main scene. We need to tell Godot which scene to run. I'm just going to press select current, and you can see that our game scene becomes blue to let us know that this is now our main scene. And as you can see, not much is happening here. So let's stop playing by hitting the stop icon here or pressing F8. And let's put in a player to make it more exciting. So first off, let's create a new scene by hitting the plus sign up here. And this will be our player scene. And the root node for our player is going to be what is called a character body 2D. So let's add a new node by pressing the plus here or hitting Ctrl A. And let's search for character body 2D. As you can see, this is a 2D physics body that is specialized for characters moved by script. So it's perfect for a player character that we want to be able to collide with the environment. So let's hit create. And now we can see our node here, but we can't actually see our player in the scene. So let's add some graphics. Let's add another node. I'm going to hit Ctrl A. And let's search for sprite. And as you can see, we can choose a single sprite, or in our case, we want to create an animated character. So let's choose the animated sprite 2D. Sprites are just what we call images in our 2D world. Now, with this node selected, we can use the inspector here on the right to change properties on that node. If we select a different node, say our character body 2D, we can now see the properties on that node instead. So our inspector allows us to change things about a node. In our animated sprite 2D, we want to add some animations. And we want to give it some sprite frames, the individual frames that will make up our animation. So let's click here and add a new sprite frames. And now with this selected, we can see that it will open up the sprite frames window at the bottom. And in this window, we're going to press this tiny icon here that lets us add frames from a sprite sheet. So let's click that, go into our assets, under our sprites, and let's find our knight.png. And as you can see, I've gone ahead and packed all the different sprite frames of the knight's animation into a single image. This is called a sprite sheet. It's a very efficient way of working with lots of sprites, such as when doing animation. Otherwise, we would have to create an image for each single frame, which would quickly become an unmanageable amount of files. Now, to start adding these frames in, we first need to configure the grid here. Currently it's set to 4 by 4. Let's go ahead and increase this. I've created an 8 by 8 grid here. And as you can see, each frame now has its own grid cell. And let's just start by adding the idle animation. To do this, we simply click the frames in the order that we would like. So I'm going to go from the left-hand side here and click. As you can see, it says this to 0, the first frame. Then I'm going to click the next one and the next one and the next one. And now it goes from 0 to 3 and we'll play from left to right. We can always click again to remove. And this is how you can quickly build an animation from different parts of your sprite sheet. So I'll select these 4 frames and hit Add Frames. Now let's hit F to center our character on the screen. And I'm going to use the scroll wheel to zoom in. We can also click and drag with the middle mouse button to pan. Now our character looks weirdly blurry. That's because we're working with pixel art, which requires really hard edges. By default, Godot is going to try to do some texture smoothing to make textures look better, but applied to pixel art, that is definitely not the case. So let's simply disable this. So let's go to Project, Project Settings. Let's go under Rendering to Textures. And here on the default texture filter, let's change this from linear to nearest, which will immediately make our pixel art look crisp. Then we can select our animated sprite. And let's try playing the animation. That looks great. I'm going to increase the FPS here to 10 to make it go a bit faster. I'm also going to rename the animation here to idle. I'm going to enable autoplay to make sure it plays right when we start the game. And finally, I'm going to take the sprite here and move it up to make it kind of stand on this line. And that's it for our graphics for now. We'll add more animations later. But as you can see, we're currently getting this warning here in the scene view. And if I hover over it, it's going to say that this node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. And this is because a character body 2D is a physics node. And whenever we're working with physics, we need to define a shape that the physics engine can work with. So let's add a new node. I'm going to press the plus sign here. I'm going to search for collision shape 2D, hit create, and here in the inspector, we can now define a new shape. I'm going to add a circle shape. I'm going to make this a bit smaller and drag it up. Somewhere around there looks fine. Now you're probably thinking, well, this is pretty far from our actual graphics, but that's totally fine. Colliders rarely need to be very precise, and it's a good rule of thumb to make them a bit smaller than the graphics if you need to. Having colliders that are too large is simply going to be frustrating when playing. So let's now rename the top node here to player. And let's save the scene, Control S, as player, hit save. And now we can go into our game scene and simply drag our player in here. So I'm going to go to the top here and drag in the player. We also need to create a camera so that we can control what is currently being shown. So let's add a new node, hit Control A, search for camera 2D, hit create. And now if we press F, we can see that we have this huge camera viewport. This is definitely currently too large, so let's zoom in on our camera. I'm going to set the zoom here to 4x4 and simply click and drag our camera to be on top of the player. And now we can try playing our game. And there you go. We now have a player that is playing an idle animation and nothing else is happening. That's because we need to add a script that allows us to move around. So let's close our game, go into our player scene, and with our player node selected, let's press this Add Script button. Here we can choose a template. Of course, we're going to do some programming in this video, but writing player movement can quickly become a bit overwhelming. So for now, we'll use the basic movement template provided by Godot. Then later, we'll go in and modify it to play different animations and rebind input to the keys we'd like to use. As for the path here, I'm going to make sure that we put this inside of our scripts folder, and let's just name it player. Let's that we put this inside of our scripts folder, and let's just name it player. Let's hit create, and as you can see, this creates a script that will move around our character. I know that this might look really confusing at first, but don't worry, we'll have a look at what all this means later. For now, let's just try playing. And our player immediately falls bind input to the keys we'd like to use. As for the path here, I'm going to make sure that we put this inside of our scripts folder, and let's just name it player. Let's hit create, and as you can see, this creates a script that will move around our character. Sheet. So let's click that. And you can see that our game scene is going to be a 2D game. So let's select 2D scene. And let's rename this from Node 2D to game. 2D scene. And let's rename this from Node 2D to game. And even though it's empty, let's go ahead and save it. So hit Control S, go under scenes, and let's save it here. And now we can actually play our game. It's not going to be very exciting, but let's try it out. So let's hit play up here or simply press F5. It's going to tell us that we haven't selected a main scene. We need to tell Godot which scene to run. I'm just going to press select current, and you can see that our game scene becomes blue to let us know that this is now our main scene. And as you can see, not much is happening here. So let's stop playing by hitting the stop icon here or pressing F8. And let's put in a player to make it more exciting. So first off, let's create a new scene by hitting the plus sign up here. And this will be our player scene. And the root node for our player is going to be what is called a character body 2D. So let's add a new node by pressing the plus here or hitting Control A, and let's search for character body 2D. As you can see, this is a 2D physics body that is specialized for characters moved by script. So it's perfect for a player character that we want to be able to collide with the environment. So let's hit create. And now we can see our node here, but we can't actually see our player in the scene. So let's add some graphics. Let's add another node. I'm going to hit Control A, and let's search for sprite. And as you can see, we can choose a single sprite, or in our case, we want to create an animated character. So let's choose the animated sprite 2D. Sprites are just what we call images in our 2D world. Now, with this node selected, we can use the inspector here on the right to change properties on that node. If we select a different node, say our character body 2D, we can now see the properties on that node instead. So our inspector allows us to change things about a node. In our animated sprite 2D, we want to add some animations. And we want to give it some sprite frames, the individual frames that will make up our animation. So let's click here and add a new sprite frames. And now with this selected, we can see that it will open up the sprite frames window at the bottom. And in this window, we're going to press this tiny icon here that lets us add frames from a sprite sheet. So let's click that, go into our assets, under our sprites, let's find our knight.png. And as you can see, I've gone ahead and packed all the different sprite frames of the knight's animation into a single image. This is called a sprite sheet. It's a very efficient way of working with lots of sprites, such as when doing animation. Otherwise, we would have to create an image for each single frame, which would quickly become an unmanageable amount of files. Now to start adding these frames in, we first need to configure the grid here. Currently it's set to 4 by 4. Let's go ahead and increase this. I've created an 8 by 8 grid here. And as you can see, each frame now has its own grid cell. And let's just start by adding the idle animation. To do this, we simply click the frames in the order that we would like. So I'm going to go from the left-hand side here and click. As you can see, it says this to 0, the first frame. Then I'm going to click the next one and the next one and the next one. And now it goes from 0 to 3 and we'll play from left to right. We can always click again to remove. And this is how you can quickly build an animation from different parts of your sprite sheet. So I'll select these 4 frames and hit Add Frames. Now let's hit F to center our character on the screen. And I'm going to use the scroll wheel to zoom in. We can also click and drag with the middle mouse button to pan. Now our character looks weirdly blurry. That's because we're working with pixel art, which requires really hard edges. By default, Godot is going to try to do some texture smoothing to make textures look better, but applied to pixel art, that is definitely not the case. So let's simply disable this. So let's go to Project, Project Settings. Let's go under Rendering to Textures. And here on the default texture filter, let's change this from linear to nearest, which will immediately make our pixel art look crisp. Then we can select our animated sprite. Let's try playing the animation. That looks great. I'm going to increase the FPS here to 10 to make it go a bit faster. I'm also going to rename the animation here to idle. I'm going to enable autoplay to make sure it plays right when we start the game. And finally, I'm going to take the sprite here and move it up to make it kind of stand on this line. And that's it for our graphics for now. We'll add more animations later. But as you can see, we're currently getting this warning here in the scene view. And if I hover over it, it's going to say that this node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. And this is because a character body 2D is a physics node. And whenever we're working with physics, we need to define a shape that the physics engine can work with. So let's add a new node. I'm going to press the plus sign here. I'm going to search for a collision shape 2D, hit click. I'm going to add a circle shape. I'm going to make this a bit smaller and drag it up. Somewhere around there looks fine. Now you're probably thinking, well, this is pretty far from our actual graphics, but that's totally fine. Colliders rarely need to be very precise, and it's a good rule of thumb to make them a bit smaller than the graphics if you need to. Having colliders that are too large is simply going to be frustrating when playing. So let's now rename the top node here to player, and let's save the scene. Control S, as player, hit save, and now we can go into our
morning Valerie, how's it going?
And simply drag our player in here. So
I'm just doing tutorials again. This is probably gonna last for quite a while, me having to kind of do these.
So that we can
it's pure torture too. I don't like it.
Control what is currently being shown. So let's add a new node, hit Control A, search for camera 2D, hit create, and now if we press
so we drag our scene. This is rough. I think so. I'm not an enjoyer of this like learning this stuff because I don't know, I've redone this tutorial like maybe 70 times already, and every single time I've had to hair looks much better. My hair. So drag them in there. Add a camera 2D. Yeah, like independent learning is trash. I think it's good. It's just hard because like if I had somebody here, the problem is if I had somebody here, it would like the amount of questions I would have, and it's better for me just to kind of repeat stuff with myself here and not sort of bother people.
We can see that we have this huge camera.
It's kind of a boring stream because it's just me like learning things slowly, but it's what needs to be done for me to be able to make creatures. I haven't seen it like this. I don't think. Last time I saw you, your hair looks much better. Oh, thank you. I cut it myself. I haven't really done it. I just woke up and sat down, but I just kind of cut it short for, maintenance, kind of like reducing the. I just like to have it short so I don't have to like do too much to it.
Too large, so let's zoom in.
So I'm gonna zoom this camera in. I like that confirmation from like someone over me. Yeah, but sometimes like the thing is I kind of learn slow, so it's like if I had somebody else, like if somebody was here that I was bothering, it would just take such a long time that, like I would rather just sit here alone and like struggle through this YouTube video, rather than like have people that like, because they would run me through it, but then I just wouldn't remember anything, so that's the other issue.
In on our camera, I'm going to set the zoom here to 4x4, and simply click and drag our camera to be on top of the player. And now we can try playing our game. And there you go. We now have
Well, I'm going to leave you to it, lol. Alright, thank you.
a player that is playing an idle animation and nothing else is happening. That's because we need to add a script that allows us to move.
Hopefully I'll catch you drawing one day soon, lol. Yeah, I'll be drawing today too a little bit, but like it'll be dispersed in between like other things,
Round.
This
So
basically.
let's close our game, go into our player scene, and with our player nodes selected, let's press this Add Script button. Here we can choose a template. Of course, we're going to do some programming in this video, but writing player movement can quickly become a bit
So this is where it kind of stopped working for me last time. I was here, I hit this. Okay.
bit overwhelming. So for now, we'll use the basic movement template provided by Godot. Then later, we'll go in and modify it to play different animations and rebind input to the keys we'd like to use. As for the path here, I'm going to make sure that we put this inside of our scripts folder, and it's just
I'll open Twitch and lurk though. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
path file to play the basic movement template provided by. Of course, we're going to do some programming in this video, but writing player movement can quickly become a bit overwhelming. So for now, we'll use the basic movement template provided by Godot. Then later, we'll go in and modify it to play different animations and rebind input to the keys we'd like to use. As for the path here, I'm going to make sure that we put this inside of our scripts folder.
Okay, so we gotta save this into our scripts folder. Scripts.
And let's just name it player. Let's hit create. And as you can
I love how it still didn't save it into scripts folder. That's amazing.
see, this creates a script that will move around our character. I know that this might look really confusing at first, but don't worry, we'll have a look at what all this means later. For now, let's just try playing. And
see, like this last time didn't work. This time it worked. It's like sometimes I do the tutorial and it works, and sometimes I do tutorial and it doesn't work. It's just what it is, I guess.
Our player immediately falls off the screen. That's because we need to give him a collider to stand on. Right now, our player has a collider, but it doesn't have anything to collide with. So in our game, I'm going to go back to the 2D view at the top here. This is where we can change from script view to 2D. Let's add a new node. So let's hit the plus sign. Let's add a static. Body 2D, and this is a another type of physics body. It's the one we use for things that don't need to move. That's why it's called static. So it's perfect for creating some ground. Let's hit create. And again, this is going to give us this warning here that it needs a shape. So let's add a collision shape. So I'm going to hit Control A, search for collision shape. And for the shape here, we're going to create a new world boundary shape. The world boundary is a type of collider that is perfect for stuff like world boundaries, because it's going to extend infinitely on the horizontal axis here. So as you can see, it's currently pointing up. We could also point it to the side here, and now it's going to extend infinitely on the vertical. I'm going to hit Control Z to undo that. Instead, I'm going to select the entire static body here. I'm going to change to the Move tool by pressing this icon here, or simply W on the keyboard, and I'm going to move it down under our character. Then I'm going to go back to our select tool, which is here, or simply press Q. And while our collider doesn't have any graphics, it's going to be invisible. We can now play, and there we go. Our player now gently lands on the collider, and we can move around using the arrow keys and jump with the spacebar. Now our player is currently a bit too fast, and I think his jump is a bit too high, so let's modify our script to change that. Let's close our game, go into our script, and at the top here, there are two constants that we can modify, our speed as well as our jump velocity. So I'm going to set the speed to something less, like 130, and the jump velocity to say -300. And now when we play, it looks and feels a lot better. So our player is moving around, but currently there's not much to look at. So let's build a world to explore. World building 1.0. So to build our world, let's begin by removing our collider here. We're going to build an actual ground for him to stand on, and let's instead add a tile map node. Let's press New Node and search for tile map. Now, the most common way to create levels in 2D is by using tiles. In other words, we build our game world by drawing different tiles onto a grid. This is a great way to work because we can create a lot of varied levels using just a few tiles. The tile assets we use to paint are normally packed together into one big image, just like our player was. This is called the tile set. So the tile set is a collection of tiles that we can use to paint from, and the tile map that we just created is the node we use to paint these tiles into our world. So to start painting on our tile map, we need to add a tile set. So in our inspector under tile set, we'll create a new tile set, and if we press it here, we get to configure some things about it. The main thing we want to make sure is set correctly is the tile size. The tile set in our asset does indeed have 16 by 16 pixel tiles, so we'll just leave that as is. Now at the bottom here you can see that we have two tabs. We have the tile set and tile map. So before we can start painting with our tile map, let's go into our tile set and configure this properly. The main thing we want to do is drag in our tile set asset. So let's go into our assets folder under sprites and drag in the world tileset.png. It's going to add ask us if we would like to automatically create tiles in the atlas. We do, so let's press yes. Now let's make some more room here, and we can zoom in to view it. And as you can see, it's actually gone ahead and automatically detected the grid cells that have tiles. If for some you can see it's actually now let's automatically create again the world tileset.png. It's going to ask us if we would like to automatically create tiles in the atlas. We do, so let's press yes. Now let's make some more room here, and we can listen.png. It's going to ask the main thing about tile maps, we have also looked to configure some things about it. The main thing we want to make sure is set correctly is the tile size. The tile set in our asset does indeed have 16 by 16 pixel tiles, so we'll just leave that as is. Now at the bottom here you can see that we have two tabs. We have the tile set and tile map. So before we can start painting with our tile map, let's go into our tile set and configure this properly. The main thing we want to do is drag in our tile set asset. So let's go into our assets folder, undo sprites, and drag in the world tileset.png. It's going to ask us if we would like to automatically create tiles in the atlas. We do, so let's press yes. Now let's make some more room here, and we can zoom in to view it. And as you can see, it's actually gone ahead and automatically detected the grid cells that have tiles. If for some reason it's made an error, we can always use our eraser here to remove tiles. In this case here, it thinks that the top of the palm tree is a bunch of different tiles. I'm going to use the eraser to get rid of these, and instead go out of the erase mode, and then hold down shift while clicking and dragging to turn this into one big tile. It's also split up the trees into 3 different tiles, but in this case it's actually something that we want, because it allows us to create trees of varying heights. I'll show you this once we start painting. Other than that, I think it looks good. So with this tile set set up, we can now go to our tile map and start painting. Make sure that the scene has the select tool and that the tile map has the paint tool enabled. And now let's simply select a tile and start painting. It in. If you make a mistake, you can always right-click to remove. So I'm just going to fast forward through me drawing out the level here. As you can see, I begin by blocking out the most essential game parts, leaving in room for gameplay objects like moving platforms and enemies. And then only once I'm finished with that, I start decorating. And if the trick here is that you can select multiple tiles at once to paint in more than one, and you can always go into select mode in order to select large chunks and move them. Now once I'm ready to start decorating, let me just show you the cool trick with the trees here. So let's say we want to add a tree here at the top. Well, then we can actually just paint the bottom, then choose how tall we want the tree to be, and then paint the top. So that's one of the advantages of working with tiles, is that we can also make individual elements really flexible. So once you're happy with the level, let's just go ahead and press play, and our player is going to fall right off. That's because we need to add a physics layer to our tiles. To do this, we go to our tile map, go under our tile set, physics layers, and add a new layer. Then with this layer, we can go under our tile set headers and add a new layer. Tile map, go under our tile set, physics layers, and add a new layer. Then with this layer, we can go under our tile set, and here we need to choose what tiles belong to the physics layer, because we don't want to collide with everything in our tile map. The trees and bushes, we just want to pass right through. So let's go to paint here, and the property that we want to paint is the physics layer 0 we just created. And now we can actually go ahead and paint onto our tiles these physics settings. So I'm simply going to go ahead and paint right through. So let's go to tile map. Tiles belong to this layer. We can go under our tile set, and here we need to choose what tiles belong to under our tile set, physics layers, and add a new layer. Then with this layer, we can go under our tile set, and here we need to choose what tiles belong to the physics layer, because we don't want to collide with everything in our tile map. The trees and bushes, we just want to pass right through. So let's go to paint here, and the property that we want to paint is the physics layer 0 we just created. And now we can actually go ahead and paint onto our tiles these physics settings. So I'm simply going to paint this onto all the different solid tiles. And if you make a mistake and want to remove a tile, we go here, select clear, and now we can paint with no physics, or we can go back to the default tile shape, which is the entire tile, and paint with that, or simply hit F to do that. So C and F are the shortcuts here. Now there are also some tiles that we do want physics on, but where we need the collider to only be on part of the tile, such as our bridge here. So if I zoom in on our bridge, we can see that if I just paint physics onto these, it doesn't look right. Instead, we need to go in and only paint a partial collider. So over here on the left, we can actually modify these colliders to exactly suit our needs. We can even add and remove points by clicking and right-clicking. But in this case, 4 points will do just fine, and that's a good shape for our collider. Then we can paint these onto the 3 different tiles, and then for the next one here, we can configure it. This slants up a bit. I'm going to paint that on as well. And then for the final one here, let's go ahead and make that go in the opposite direction. And here you actually want to be pretty precise whenever you have an overlap of the colliders here. I think that looks pretty good. This helps avoid that our character gets stuck. I'm also going to take the tile map and drag it to the very top so that we can always find it. And now when we play, we are indeed colliding with our environment. Awesome. Now we probably want our camera to follow the player. Because he's currently just running off the screen. So I'm going to make some room here. I'm going to take the camera 2D and simply drag it under the player. Making it a child of the player means that it will just automatically follow the player node. I'm also going to make sure that the camera is still positioned right on top of the player, and we can even turn on position smoothing to really smooth out our camera follow. So I'm going to enable position smoothing on the camera with a default speed of 5 pixels. And now when we play, as you can see, our camera smoothly follows our player. Awesome! So now we have a first draft of our game world, but so far everything is stuck to the grid. Let's start adding some dynamic and moving elements, such as platforms. platforms, some that move and some that don't. So whenever we are creating a new element of our game, we begin by making a new scene. And for the root node here, I'm going to hit add and search for the animatable body 2D. This is a physics body that we use whenever we want to animate a node and still have it collide properly with other nodes in its path, which is perfect for moving platforms that should still collide properly with our player. So let's hit create and let's add some graphics, so Control A will search for sprite and select the sprite 2D, and now we can drag in the texture we want. Let's go under our assets, sprites, and drag.
I'm gonna take a little break and just do some drawing for now. Did a nice little hour there. I'm just gonna take a break every hour from that because that's gonna drive me nuts. I just don't know. Sometimes I'm like doing the exact same thing that I did before and it just doesn't work, and then sometimes I'll do the same thing and it does work. This is really in there, huh? God damn. I don't know why I didn't like screw it in there that tight, but it's like whatever. I'm just gonna do like 20 minutes of drawing or whatever, and go back to doing the lesson. Wow, you stream 1 hour early? Or like 30 min? Yeah, I've just been getting on whenever. I've like kind of started ignoring the rules around it. Just because I don't want to wait sometimes to like get on and all that, so. Anywho, what are we doing, sir? How are we doing? I was about to walk, but the roasted chicken came in early, so I ate. I ate first, rest and walk. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've been I'm doing good. I just need to sort of get the hang of godot a little bit better, and all that good stuff. Sounds good. Sounds great. Yeah. Learning something new can be tough, but but it but it will be fun once you get it. There's just a lot to memorize. Honestly, there's just a lot of memorization problems. That's the main problem of it. But now it's like I used I uh, I used it I used to it in AutoCAD lol, but now it's like muscle memory. I don't even fully master it as long as you know the basics and the tools you'll need. I don't even fully master it as long as you know the basics and the tools you'll need. Well, yeah, but I need to like I don't like I need to know enough to like approach my part of the job sort of kind of thing is what I'm trying to do. So I'm doing like the most basic tutorials, and I'm like I sat there and I did like that 4-minute tutorial over and over again for hours, and something kept going wrong, and I still didn't get all the way through it. There were still like a few things that just didn't work. So it's like kind of a not a great situation. And it's like this is day 2 of me trying to finish this tutorial. Not even finish, just get through the first 30 minutes. I'm sure you'll make it work. We'll see. Yeah, we'll gonna keep trying. I also stopped myself from drinking soda. Nice. That's actually very good. You're gonna prolong your life considerably doing that. Definitely like a good way to trick yourself. Hold on, my chat is like overextended here. Let me pull it up really quick. Uh, don't do it just to wash down the garlic sauce. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's like I don't know. Like I said, it's all bad. It's all downhill with the soda. Especially like depending on what I'm having tea. Okay, yeah, have like just make like uber strong tea or something, and then like wing yourself off that also, because it's. But yeah, like I've never felt better from just cutting all that stuff out. Another person online. Good morning, Nikki and people of the interwebs. Did I interrupt something? Sorry. Pretend I'm not here, guys. Already? No, but you didn't interrupt anything. Hello, sir. You have an amazing talent. Thank you. The Popisar Rockstar. Thank you. I'm actually just taking a little break from what I was doing earlier. The thing I'm really bad at, which is godot engine that I'm trying to learn. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh goodness. Future opener is going, working, doing some technical drawing stuff. Oh goodness, good luck with that. Have you had any sleep though? Yeah, make sure you get your sleep in. Sorry, pretend I'm not here. How many PC programs are you trying to learn? Maybe you should get into coding? I'm definitely not getting into coding right now. Like, that's... No. I definitely don't need to get into coding. I need to stay... I'm gonna let other people handle the coding part of the game. I'm just gonna do the art... I just need to get to the point where I can do the artwork competently in godot. That's literally all I'm trying to do, is like learn it enough that I can do the art side of things. And I'm just drawing so I maintain my skills right now. Like, we want to maintain... Like, I'm gonna still draw a couple hours a day so that I kind of stay in shape. But... Okay. Oh, like sleeping in on the weekends. Sleep is for the weak. That's good. Minimum sleep. The only thing is about to billion things to do, but only one lifetime. That's good though, right? Maybe you should get a. Anyway, let me go back to I'm single and all I do are little chores or do side work, be on Twitch and play Stardew. Alright. So I gotta go back to doing my I took a little break. I wanna make sure I take like a break every hour because this shit is just insanely annoying. not annoying. You know what I mean? It's not my. It's not who. It's this is not like super easy for me. So anyway, I'm gonna turn down the music just a tad. Turn this guy out. Turn this down.
Drag in the platforms.png. Let's hit F and zoom in. And as you can see, this is also a sprite sheet and it's current.
Okay, so I need to remember kind of where I was at here. The platform
game, we begin
here.
by
Oh, here we go. Computer, please create. Yeah. Unfortunately, the thing is, I'm following along with the tutorial, and like, it's almost like it's so not fun. It's like I do the exact same thing he does, and it just doesn't work. And then I do it again, and then it does work.
Move and some that don't. So whenever we are creating a new element of our game, we begin by making a new scene. And for the root node here, I'm gonna hit add and search for.
Okay, so we have a new scene. We have add animatable body,
the
right?
Animatable body 2D. This is a physics body that we use whenever we want to animate a node and still have it collide properly with other nodes in its path, which is perfect for moving platforms that should still collide properly with our player. So let's hit create and let's add some graphics. So Control A, we'll search for sprite and select the sprite 2D. And now we can drag in the
nodes colliding. Yep.
the texture we want. So let's go under our assets, sprites, and drag in the platforms.png. Let's hit F and zoom in. And then
Okay. One thing I do have to do is draw. I have to draw the platforms. New. I'll do width 32 or so, or I'll do width 32, and this will be 8. I'm just gonna draw a little platform here. Did someone say Sprite? I'm thirsty. Have my tea. That's enough. I have my tea. That's enough. I'm telling you, dude. You don't want to be drinking. Look. I've slipped off my diet like 1,000 times. I've like no carb, no sugar diet, but like you definitely don't want to keep doing that. Basically, I would encourage you to stay strong. Drinking coffee. Coffee is pretty good. Yeah. Although, like I said, for me to have sort of stabilized my sleeping schedule, I had to quit coffee too. Alright, desktop godot tutorial. This is a scene. Oh no, I need to save it. I need to export. Export as. Coffee is cold as usual. It takes me 4 hours to drink 1 cup. That's good though. Yeah, because like it does not. I mean, I definitely don't need coffee in my life.
platforms. Platforms, some that move and some that don't. So whenever we are creating a new element of our game, we begin by making a new scene. And for the root node here, I'm gonna hit add.
Hot coffee is good, yeah.
and search for the animatable body 2D. This is a physics body that we use whenever we want to animate a node and still have it collide properly with other nodes in its path, which is perfect for moving platforms that should still collide properly with our player. So let's hit create and let's add some graphics. So Control A, we'll search for sprite and select the sprite 2D. And now we can drag in the texture we want. So let's go under our assets, sprites, and drag in the platforms.png. Let's hit F and zoom in. And as you can see, this is also a sprite sheet and it's currently just displaying all of them. So let's go in and define exactly which one we want to show. We can do this under region, enabled, and hit edit region. And so we can kind of crop out the element that we want to show. I'm going to change the snap mode here to pixel snap, and I'm just going to go for a default grass platform. That looks good. And now when we close it, we can see our sprite perfectly cropped out. Again, we have the warning here, so let's go ahead and add a collision.
Okay, so that's weird. Edit region. So how come it did that? How come my thing disappeared, right? Like, I did exactly what he said. Region enabled on, so it disappears. You see what I'm talking about? I don't understand why it's not doing what his is
Perfectly
doing.
cropped out. Again. Exactly which one we want to show. We can do this under region, enabled, and hit
enabled. Yeah, his disappeared. Enabled on
edit region. And so we can kind of crop out the element that we want to show. I'm going to change the snap mode here to pixel snap, and I'm just going to go for a default grass platform. That looks good. And now when we close it, we can see our sprite perfectly cropped out.
But
again, we have the warning here, so let's go ahead.
It doesn't, it's gone. I see it here. Now it's just not showing up at all. I gotta go back. I gotta go back to the beginning. I just don't understand why it's not
platforms.
Doing it.
Some that move.
You see what I'm saying? It's like I do the exact same thing as he is doing, and it's just not doing the same thing.
And some that don't.
That's what's like.
So whenever we are creating a new
I don't know how
element of our game, we begin by making a new scene.
And that's like
and for
following
the
a guy
root
doing exactly what he's
node
doing.
here, I'm gonna hit add and search for the animatable body 2D. This is a physics body that we use whenever we want to animate a node and still have it collide properly with other nodes in its path, which is perfect for moving platforms that should still collide properly with our player. So let's hit create and let's add some graphics. So Control A, we'll search for sprite and select the sprite 2D. And now we can drag in the texture we want. So let's go under our assets, sprites, and drag in the platform.
So now it works? What? Why? I don't know. Just didn't, but now it does. I shared my Transformers painting with people at work. That was a bad idea. Only people, they don't get that it's just a cartoon painting. That would be upsetting, yeah, if they didn't get that part of it. That would be upsetting.
Forms.png. Let's hit F and zoom in. And as you can see, this is also a...
That would be kind of... You know...
Sprite sheet, and it's currently just displaying all of them. So let's go in and define exactly which one we want to show. We can do this under region, enabled, and hit edit region. And so we can kind of crop out the element that we want to show. I'm going to change the snap mode here to pixel snap, and I'm just going to go for a default grass platform. That looks good. And now when we close it, we can see our sprite perfectly cropped out. Again, we have the warning here, so let's go ahead and add a collision shape 2D. For the shape, I'm going to add a rectangle shape, and now we can simply click and drag this to configure it. Then let's rename our top node here to platform, and
guys, I'm gonna be back in just 1 second.
save the scene.
Just give me a second. I'll be right back.
So Control S, in our scenes folder, hit save. We've actually created our platform. So in our game scene, we can drag it in, go under scenes, find the platform, drag it into wherever we'd like, and let's hit play. For the shape, I'm going to add a rectangle shape, and now we can simply click and drag this to configure it. Then let's rename our top node here to platform and save the scene. So Control S, in our scenes folder, hit save. We've actually created our platform. So in our game scene, we can drag it in, go under scenes, find the platform, drag it into wherever we'd like, and let's hit play. And as you can see, it works. However, one problem right now is that we can't actually jump onto the platform from underneath. To fix this, we turn it into a one-way platform. So in our platform scene, let's select our collision shape and
Shanika, good luck. Be back later. Alright, man. Enjoy your day.
enable one-way collision. And now when we play, we can jump onto platforms from underneath.
Is it really doing that? Yeah, it's stuck to my character again. Oh wait, because it needs to be, I'm guessing it needs to be like that. Alright. So that's what was wrong last night. That's what was wrong last night. It was like I had a platform attached to player. Okay. Whee! Whee! Guys, look at me. I'm a game developer. Whee! Okay.
Platform C, let's select our collision shape and enable one-way collision. And now when we play, we can jump on.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Onto platforms from
Furthest I've gotten so far.
underneath. However, the player is currently passing behind the platform. This is because the platform is currently after the player in the tree. This means that each frame the player is drawn first and then the platform is drawn on top. We could just move the player in the tree, but I don't want to depend on that. Instead, we fix the draw order by changing the z-index of the player. So in our player scene, we go under ordering and set the z-index to something higher like 5. By default, all visible nodes have a z-index of 0. Because they all have, it should still collide properly with our player. So let's hit create and let's add some graphics. Value like 5 will ensure that our player will always appear on top. Z-index to a higher value like 5 on according nodes have a z-index of 0. Because they all have the same index, they are drawn according to their order. Index to. So in our player scene, we go under in the tree, but I don't want to depend on that. Instead, we fix the draw order by changing the z-index of the player. So in our player scene, we go under ordering and set the z-index to something higher like 5. By default, all visible nodes have a z-index of 0. Because they all have the same index, they are drawn according to their order in the tree. So by setting the z-index to a higher value like 5, we ensure that our player will always appear on top. And now if we play, we can see that our player passes in front of the platform. So our platform is working, but it's currently just hovering there. We might want some platforms to move around to increase difficulty. So let's use animation to do that. I'm going to leave this platform here as kind of a static platform. I'm just going to place it there. Then I'm going to place another platform over here by simply dragging it in. This is the platform that I would like to move back and forth. In fact, let me just go in. I'm going to leave this platform here as kind of a static platform. I'm just going to place it there. Then I'm going to place another platform over here by simply dragging it in. This is the platform that I would like to move. move back and forth. In fact, let me just go into the tile map and make this gap even larger. There we go. So to add animation to this platform only, we simply select it, add a new node, and we want to use an animation player. Let's hit create. And now we can add a new animation. And let's name that move. Create and we want to use an animation player. Let's hit create. And now we can add a new animation. And let's name that move. Animation players in godot are extremely powerful because they allow us to animate pretty much anything. In this case, we just want to do something really simple. We want to go to our platform and make a keyframe under transform for the position. So I'll hit the key right here and hit create. Then we can go forward in our timeline here to say 1 second, move our platform to the right. So I'm going to click and drag. I'm also going to hold down second, create. Then we can go forward in our timeline here to say 1 second, move our platform. And let's name that move. Animation players in Godot are extremely powerful because they allow us to animate pretty much anything. In this case, we just want to do something really simple. We want to go to our platform and make a keyframe under transform for the position. So I'll hit the key. Key right here and hit create. Then we can go forward in our timeline. So I'll hit the key right here and hit create. Then we can go forward in our timeline here to say 1 second, move our platform to the right. So I'm going to click and drag. I'm also going to hold down shift to kind of snap it to one axis. Let's move it to there, and let's add another keyframe. And now we can see that if we play, the animation plays. We also want this to loop, so I'm going to select loop here. However, this is going to loop in a way that it snaps back to the original keyframe. Instead, let's press it again, and now you can see that it's going to start ping-ponging. Back and forth. If this is currently too fast, we can simply increase the length of our animation. So here's the length. Let's set it to 1.5 instead, and drag our last keyframe to the end. And there we go. We now have a moving platform. Let's just make sure that we set it to autoplay. And now when we play the game and go to the place where we made our platform, we can see that it's moving back and forth. And if we jump up to the place, make sure that we set it to the end. And there we go. We now have a moving platform. Let's just make sure that we set it to autoplay. And now when we play the game, and go to the place where we made our platform, we can see that it's moving back and forth. And if we jump onto it, the player will smoothly follow it. Really cool, and there's already so much you can do with this. Next up, pickups. Now let's add a coin that we can pick up. Again, we start by creating a new scene. Let's create a new node, and let's this time search for area 2D. This is a type of node that we use.
Okay, I'm done locking in. Are you playing Stardew? Chipochi, check this out. Be right back, lurk mode. Oh. I was gonna show you what I made, which is quite impressive. Yeah, I know. I was playing.
Whenever we don't want to collide with other objects, but instead we just want to define an area in which we can detect.
That looks good, man. Thanks, I know. Thank you.
With other 2D. Let's create a new node, and let's this time search for area 2D. This is a type of node that we use whenever we don't want to collide with other objects, but instead we just want to define an area in which we can detect collisions. So we simply use this to detect if another body enters, such as the player character.
Sorry, I know he was talking, but my brain, every time he talks, like my brain just turns off. I have to like go back every
Really
5
cool,
seconds.
and there's already so much you can do with this. Next up, pickups. Now let's add a coin that we can pick up. Again, we start by creating a new scene. Let's create a new node, and let's this time search
I know,
for
right?
area.
Yeah, it's like my entire like school history is just like fuck. Like, I'm sorry, I know you were just talking, but I literally like tuned out the second you started talking.
2D. This is a type of node that we use whenever we don't want to collide with other objects, but instead we just want to define an area in which we can detect collisions. So we simply use this to detect if an
When I read too damn, just reading the words, but nothing's going in. Sometimes I don't even read the words. I'll just start hallucinating. Like I'll try to read the words, but then like the thought about what I'm reading will turn into another one, and then I'm just like drifting off into a different space and time, like a different timeline. And it's like, dude, yeah, it's like I can read the words, but yeah, It's rough. It's rough. Reading is for drones anyway. Who needs that?
And area, it will this time search for area 2D. This is a type of node that we use whenever we don't want to collide with other objects, but instead we just want to define an area in which we can detect collisions. So we simply use this to detect if another body enters, such as the player character. Let's create an area 2D. Let's also add some graphics, so Control A, search for sprite, and we'll select the animated sprite. Under animation, let's add some new sprite frames, select it, and let's load in from a sprite sheet here. I'm gonna use the coin.png, zoom in on this, and this only has one grid cell on the vertical, and horizontally it has 12. And now we can click from left to right or simply click and drag and add the frames. Let's hit F and zoom in, set the FPS to 10 and hit play. And that's our coin animation. Let's make sure that this autoplays. And just like a normal physics body, an area 2D also needs a collision shape. So
first let me go into my game, go into my How did I do? I forgot how to go into the map editor. Is it sprite? It wouldn't be here, is it? No. It's not in here, that's for sure. How do we get back to the editor? Thought I was at the bottom or something. I'm just trying to add more of these blocks. Just joined. Well, thank you for stopping by. How do I add more of these blocks? Like when you just like paint more of them into the map.
So let's hit the plus sign. Let's add a static body 2D. And this is another type of physics body. It's the one we use for things that don't need to move. That's why it's called static. So it's perfect for creating some icon here, or simply jump is a bit one big. Now at the bottom, it's really, really flexible.
Okay, so where is he at right now? He's in game. He's in tiles. But how do I world tile set? Oh, tile map maybe? Oh, okay, tile map, okay. See how that works. Fuck. Okay, so we're good there. good there. Now I need to go back to, I need to make a coin. Something to pick up.
Can go forward in our timeline here to say 1. Let's create an area 2D. Let's also add some graphics, so Control A. So
I need to make a new scene, right?
search for sprite, and we'll select the.
So first I need area 2D. Area 2D. Create, and then sprite.
Animated sprite. Under animation, let's.
So I need animated sprite 2D. Let me do. Animated sprite 2D.
Let's add some new sprite frames.
Animation, new sprite frames. And then I would need to go into my sprite program, right? And make the old right click on the node to make the new node the child of that node. Right click the node to make the new node the child of that node. Like right click the node to make the new node the child of that node. Isn't it automatically the child of that node? Isn't it already where it's supposed to be? I don't know what this is. Animated sprite 2D. Yeah, but later you might want another node to be a child of the second node. So what am I supposed to do, right? Like, it's... I don't know what this means right here. Like what it's referring to. Try adding it and see what happens. Create? I think I just added another one. So, I mean, like, I feel like it's already set up to where I want it. I'm not really sure. It's a quicker way to add nodes than to add them in Plus than dragging them around. Oh. Like, you mean like do this kind of thing? So now I need to go in here, and what is the size of the...
Selected, and let's load
coin.
in from a sprite sheet here. I'm gonna use the coin.png, zoom in on this, and this only has one grid cell on the vertical, and horizontally it has 12. And now we can click from left to right.
16 by 16. Oh, I guess I need to do, what? I'm just gonna do like 32, 64. I'm not gonna do too many. I'm just gonna do a little bit here, just as a proof of concept. Then there's I know I found a grid before. Was it? Grid right there. Okay, I mean, it was kind of obvious, but later you will have 100 nodes in a tree, so adding new node will be a mess if you use the plus. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just I don't want to I want to kind of learn in a way, like the hard way, because like I am already having a hard time like locking in the information that's there. But yeah, you're right. That is a better way to do it, but it's just more so like I'm literally just gonna make them random things. I'm not trying to make them like super special or anything. Just so we have a generic coin here. So we're gonna save, we're gonna export. Desktop, this godot tutorial. And then this is assets. Do you want to replace it? Absolutely. And then no. Oh wait, shit. Did I just... Oh, yeah, I didn't want to replace. I forgot it was the same name, wasn't it? Actually, did it not go through yet? Afternoon chat. Welcome, Ayrton. We're just doing export. New game so we're gonna do 4. I forgot to change the name. We're gonna do 4 something generic export. Okay, so let's continue on. So we're here, animated sprite 2D. Click on this. Then I think I just drag it into here or something. Is that how it works? No, that's not how it works. Click on this. Horizontal 8, right? Or something like that. Four. So this is going to be called and use new.
Right, or simply click and drag and add the frames. Let's hit F and zoom in. Set the FPS to 10 and hit play.
What is this? 10. Close enough for a tutorial. I just want to kind of get through this.
And that's our coin animation. Let's make sure that this auto plays. And just like a normal physics body, an area 2D also needs a collision shape. So let's add a collision shape to...
Alright, so it needs a collision okay. Let's add Illusion shape
2D. And then for the shape, let's just choose a circle shape. Decrease the radius a bit. And that's actually all we need. So let's select our area and rename it to coin.
I was finally saving in the scenes and not randomly.
And save the scene. And now we can simply drag it into our game. So under scenes, we'll take the coin and place it around the level.
Did I forget to hit autoplay? Is that why it's being like that? It remembers the last path you saved to show you that one. I need to go back to animated sprite. I think I didn't hit autoplay, right? Is that why it's not spinning? All right, now we're cooking. Guys, this game will be available on Steam for $60. Gonna watch less solo leveling dub available. Be back in 25 minutes. Leveling dub available. Gonna watch solo leveling dub available. Just finished daddy daycare for the week. Can't wait to play it. It's an anime. Oh, okay. Haven't heard of that one. I was trying to watch one where like there was like a Japanese movie where like they had like World War II. I guess the Axis powers won, and Japan was like a fascist Japan. So they had like these sort of armor suits and stuff. And I wasn't like really watching it. Solo leveling is an anime, and it's still catching up with dub to sub. Really good, but I like the manga better. I think for me, like anything that doesn't require reading is better. Solo leveling is like the guy is in a game world sort of thing. Okay. Only manga I read is One Piece because I couldn't wait. Be right back. Okay. Well, I'm getting a little bit further along than like yesterday. After 5 hours, I literally just kept running. Like I would just do the tutorial, and it felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. So now I am getting further along. Like I just kept like I would do it, and then something would break, and I didn't know how to fix it, so I would just start the tutorial over and over again. So this is the furthest I've gone, and so it's good for you. You are learning things. Yeah, but sometimes I'll do it again, and then it'll break at an earlier part, and I literally still have no idea why. So it's like it's just gonna take time and like just focused effort to like just kind of grind through learning this. Anyway, now I'm assuming he's gonna show us how to pick up the coin or something.
You can always use Control D to duplicate. And now if we play, we can see that the coin is here, but nothing happens if we enter the area. So it's time to make our first script. So in our coin scene, we select the coin node and hit add script. This time
So he, okay, sorry.
if we enter the area. So it's time to make our first script. So in our coin scene, we select the coin node and hit add script. This time for the template, let's just choose the default template. And for the path, let's make sure that this goes under the script. scripts folder. I'll create.
It looks like it's in there though, right? Or oh, that's the player, right? That's the player one. This is a different one, right? Now do it? Is it good now? Now it good? Okay. That's what I thought. Is I go in here. Go in here. So before you had the save file in res, right? And that's why I kept going. I was confusing because I thought you just had to click on it like this and then go open, but I guess you have to open this, then go open, and now it's gonna go into scripts. No, you didn't. You didn't open it. You need to open it. Right. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So create. Well, I just thought you select it, and that's the one you want to go to. All right. So create. And so that script should be in there, right? Coin script. This is where things usually get really fucked up.
This is what it looks like when we create a default script in Godot. We can see that we've created the script on an Area 2D node, and that it's automatically made to function for us that we often use: ready and process. Currently, both of them only have the pass keyword, which means do nothing. So this script, if we run it, will do absolutely nothing. Now, the ready function is called right when our node enters the scene tree, which is just at the start of the game. So we can put code here that we want to happen immediately. Let's try it out by printing a quick message to see if it's working. So I'm going to write print, then in parentheses and quotes, I'm going to put I'm a coin. And if we play now, the print doesn't do anything in our game, but it does show our message, I'm a coin, in the out.
Said it twice. For him, I said it like 5 times.
Put window. This is also referred to as the console and is where we see messages such as prints and errors. However, you might also notice that the message displays multiple times. That's because we currently have multiple coins around our game.
Oh, that's right, I only have 2, that's why.
Each and every one. So since we have 5 coins, it displays I'm a coin 5 times. But we don't want anything to happen when we start the game, so I'm actually just going to remove these 2 functions. Instead, we only want to do something once our player enters the coin area, and for this we use a signal. Signals allow us to trigger code based on events that happen in our game. Godot has many built-in signals we can use. If we select our Area 2D node and go to the
Guys, let
node
me let my dog
tab,
out. He clearly wants to go outside. Let me let my dog out real quick. Yeah, we'll just come in.
we can see all the signals on this node. We want to use the body entered signal. which is triggered whenever a physics body enters the area. Since our player has a character body 2D node, this is going to trigger the signal. So to connect it, we simply double click it and hit connect. As you can see, this...
But I don't have nodes when I go to nodes. Right. Signals, node history, inspector.
To connect it, character body to whenever a physics body want to use the body entered signal, which is triggered whenever a physics body. We want to use the bot tab. We can see all the our area 2D node and go to the node tab. We can see all the We don't want anything to happen when we start the game, so I'm actually just going to remove these two functions.
Okay.
Instead, we only want to do something once our player enters the coin area, and for this we use a signal. Signals allow us to trigger code based on events that happen in our game. Godot has many built-in signals we can use. If we select our area 2D node and go to the node tab, we can see all the signals on this node. We want to use the body entered signal, which is triggered whenever a physics...
I don't have any I don't know. Am I hitting something wrong? Because I don't see any nodes. And godot 4.4 does not create those two functions for you, but can just ignore that for now. It doesn't. It does not create two functions for you. But there's so many functions here, or am I misunderstanding? Like, look at how many functions he's got over here. I have none of them. Like, I don't have anything. The read and process function in the script. So the ones that he deleted, the ready and process functions, where was that? Oh, that, okay, so he deleted that.
Physics body enters the area. Since our player has a character body 2D node, this is going to trigger the signal.
Via these things on the
So
side
to connect
panel,
it,
which
we
I don't
simply
have.
double click it and
Try clicking the coins node. Oh, is that it? Well, that worked. I just don't. I get okay. So will that go away? So if I click on this, see, it was doing. Okay, it's doing it for all of them. Okay, so I guess it does work. Okay.
and hit connect.
Now I gotta go back and see what he chose.
Tab, we can see all the signals on this node. We want to use the body entered signal.
Body entered signal. Different node, different functions. Nice. So
Which is triggered whenever a physics body enters the area. Since our player has a character body 2D node, this is going to trigger the signal. So to connect it, we simply double click it and hit connect. As you can see, this creates a new function in our script called onBodyEntered with a green arrow that shows that this is triggered by a signal. So let's here try writing a print function that says something like +1 coin. Now when we play and enter the coin area, it's going to print +1 coin. However, this message will actually display no matter which body enters the area. If we take one of these coins here and put it in the way of a moving platform, for example, this will also trigger the message. So now right when we play, we can see that it starts displaying the message, and will do so every time the platform passes through the area. To change this, we can either use code to check time the platform play, for example, this message will actually point something like +1 coin. Now when we play and enter the coin area, it's
It's printing it.
going to print +1 coin. However, this message will actually display no matter which body enters the area. If we take one of these coins here and put it in the way of a moving platform, for example, this will also trigger the message. So now, right when we play, we can see that it starts displaying the message, and will do so every time the platform passes through the area. To change this, we can either use code to check what body enters the area, or we can simply put all player on a separate physics layer. Let's try that out. So under our player, we'll go to the inspector, go to collision, and here we can change the physics layer from layer 1 to 2. Let's hit Ctrl S to save. And then in our coin, we can also go under collision. We can actually have the coin itself stay on layer 1. We don't need a separate layer for that yet, but we want to make sure that it only detects colliders in layer 2. For this we use the mask. The mask defines what layers a node collides with. So let's set that to layer 2, because that's the layer that our player is on. That should actually do it. Now our coin will only detect collisions from our player. And instead of just displaying
So I had to go to, for that I had to go to the old coin. Is it just for that one coin, or is that universal coin? No, it's the scene coin, right? So it changes all of them. So the scene coin changes that. The scene coin, yeah. So that makes sense. You're changing them globally, right? Like. And then the player we switch to layer 2. So he's basically I wonder why I only have 8 of them, because he has like, it seems like he has rows and rows of options. I don't know if I just gotta click. I don't know if I'm just need to expand this out or something. Oh, okay, it's just a matter of, okay, just a visual thing. I wonder if it only goes up to 32 or if it just goes on in depth, however many. I feel like if a game got complicated enough, you'd eventually run into an issue.
Playing a message, let's also remove the coin from our scene when we pick it up. So in our script, after printing one.
Okay, so coin, script. See, so it's going to be a different. How do you know where your? I mean, I know your scripts are here, but if I go to my player, like let's say I have my player script. See, I have a script for player, but when I go to player under script, it's still showing that same. Oh, this one right here, right? This is a player script. But how do you know, other than the title, how do you find where this script is attached to? Let's say you're like, oh, let's say you had a script doing something and you forgot where it's attaching itself to. How do you know, like, let's say this was just titled 3 or something and I was using it for something in the file system? Okay, so you'd have to, that it's like, that it's attached to a player, right? Like, obviously we know because it's titled player and I just remember. But right-click the script, show in file system. It's not doing anything. left bottom window. Like we're down here. This that is showing it here. But I see it down here, but I still don't see how that tells me that it's interacting with the player sort of scene. Right click on this. View owners. So scene player. Okay, so that script belongs to scene player. That's how we know. Okay. Coin. Okay, that makes sense. So it's okay. That makes perfect sense. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to coin. So he's gonna write out some code that I'm sure I'll fuck it up somehow.
We'll call the queue_free function, which is simply going to remove the entire coin scene from our game. And indeed it does. And our knight can now start gathering some coin. Now, depending on what type of loot we pick up, we want different things to happen. In this case,
Half-Life 3, step aside. I'm coming through. Hey, did you guys hear that Half-Life 3 is going to be coming out? I heard there was a substantial amount of evidence that Half-Life 3 is just the way Half-Life Alyx ended, and I've been hearing strong rumors of Half-Life 3's emergence. Very excited.
I want to display it.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. They I forgot what they said, but like something along the lines of like they are it's Half-Life 3 is happening. They were, it's like the guys that watch the company, they're like when they, you know how like some people like hack or whatever, they look at the files that get released or whatever, and some of the engine stuff, it's like the way they figured out that they're making the game is like the way they're titling certain files and stuff, certain physics things that they're developing. It only makes sense that like there's enough points and like, I don't know, some up-res thing that you would only do towards the end of a game cycle. I've been jailed G-baited too many times for Half-Life 3, so I will trust that info when I play the game. I think it would. I think for me, the reason it makes sense is the way Half-Life 3 ended. They basically reversed the script. They let or whatever. I forgot what happened, but it's something I think like. Right, they reverse some of the events, so basically, yeah. Like I think we're getting Half-Life 3 in 2027.
A score that increases when we pick up a coin, but we'll look at that when we get to text. First, I think something a bit more pressing is dying and restarting our game.
It's not entirely unpleasant seeing you again.
Dying 1.0. So we happily move along in our world until suddenly we miss a jump and fall into the abyss. And then nothing happens. Let's change that. The first thing we want to do is limit.
Okay, so we are 34 minutes in. This is as far as Airtime wanted me to go in this tutorial. I feel like I'm definitely gonna go through this like 70 more times to like just memorize everything. Although it's starting to come together. I guess I want to play with the animation player and basically build a character in the animation player. But So if I open a new scene, let's say, if you're only going to make art, that's a fine stopping point. Yeah, like I'm just gonna make art, and maybe like level design. So like or some of the like the game design, a little bit, but yeah. So my thing is gonna be. So if I open a new scene, let's do 2D scene. I'm guessing animation player, animation player, and I forget what to do after that. We'll call this creature, and then Control S. Is that the right node? Animation player is the one that he was telling me to use for the animating stuff inside the program. So I'm pretty sure animation player is the central core of what I'm going to be using. Oh yeah, animation, new, that's right, that's how it goes. New animation, we'll call this idle. How do I, new animation, I'm going to call it, can I rename it, or is that just permanent now? Edit. Scale selection. File system and scroll down. I already forgot what the file system is. Or what am I supposed to right click and find the file system? Like I know I'm on the right path with this. Left bottom window. Okay, file system and scroll down. Scripts. We got creature and scenes, which is where it's supposed to be. Just wanted to see if it was inside there. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if I can rename display list of animations in player. But how do I rename it? Like, I'm assuming this edit button is for delete section. Let's just delete section now. I just can you close the window if you're done with it? Can you close the window if you're done with it? Like no, oh. Yeah, well, this right here, you mean? I'll drag it off screen. Yeah, okay. Should I make myself transparent too? Properties. I'm not sure if I can make myself transparent, but configure video. Is there a exposure, zoom, tan pilt? I'm sure there's a way to make a layer anyway, I won't mess up. I don't want to mess up. You're fine. Okay. I'm sure there's a way to make it transparent, but whatever. I'll move myself like where there's nothing. I think. Make myself extra small. Alright. Now we have a track. We need to try the edit button. Yeah, I tried that. Copy tracks, paste tracks. Delete section doesn't work. Bake animation, edit, reset, paste keys. Let me just see if the 3 dots, past, future, step 1, 2, 3, differences only. I just can't imagine that you can't rename the animation. Huh. We can do it here, right? So I can do, I'm just an example, I'll just make another one. So I can choose animation 1 and 2. But what if I right click it? No. I feel like that's up. Well, yeah, and I can't delete them, right? Edit. Maybe I can delete if there's 2. Where's the delete? Delete section. So you can't delete them and you can't edit them. Can you hover the button on the bottom? Bottom, okay. I'm not sure. Next one, animation. Whoops. The one I'm on right now, this animation. No, audio, debugger output. The bottom above, this right here. Buttons. Like these things right here. Okay. I'll apply snapping to timeline cursor. Apply snapping to selected keys. Apply snapping to the nearest. Current animation. Filler properties. So, playback options. I just can't believe this is like. What's the button next to edit? This little onion thing. Enable onions. Onion skinning requires a reset. The button next to on the other side, there's animation. I don't see an edit button. Oh, the others. That's just to autoplay. That's to autoplay the yeah, that's so it autoplays the animation when the game loads in. Manage animations. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus. Alright. So you have to click on... No. So you have to go animation player, animation, new. I'm gonna call it idle. So then if I have it like I don't want it like this way, you gotta click on animation, manage animations. That's how you do it. No, I found it. It's basically you got to go to animation and then manage animations. It's like one layer beneath. It had rename. Yeah. No, we. Oh, was there one? Animation rename? There it is. I see. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, I see it now. But you can manage animations too. You can do it through this thing just to kind of. You can rename it here. So we found it. It was in a little. It was just not on the surface. Okay, so we're gonna call this idle, and I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go. What do I need to do? I need to add a track, property track, right? And I need to do. I think. And then I need to do. I forgot what he was doing. Do you have air? I have to go. Let me go to see where Ayrton's. I gotta find that tutorial he sent me, which is right here.
Started?
All right,
I will add a new
This
note.
is the tutorial I need to follow right here. Close this. The Silverado truck is the one you need.
495 pound-feet of
All right, thank you.
Started?
Let me go here. I need to pull up my little. Where am I over here? Where's my? I need to pull up my little video because I'm gonna be rewatching this because I don't remember exactly how to do. Because I know I'm on the right track. You add track, then you go here, then you like hit one of the. Maybe I can just manually find it. Process mode. It's not current animation, is it? Alright, let me watch this. Let me watch this.
I will add a new node called animation player. And here we can select different attributes of our object or objects to animate. We can create a new animation by going animation, new. Let's just call it tutorial, but you can call it whatever you would like. You know, you can do idle, walking, etc. And here, add track for every thing you want to do, like such as position and sprite sheet, etc. You need to add a track. So I'll add a property track. Click on my sprite. Let's do position.
Okay, sorry, I stopped listening halfway through, but we're on the right track. What do I need to make? I'm going to use this, right? Let's just use this for now, just as an example. We'll center it, and I need to go back and re-listen to what he just said because my brain kind of lost at what you're trying to do right now. So I'm basically using the animation player is what I'm gonna use as like to animate the creatures. Once I draw different sprites, like the different body parts, and animation player is like where I'm gonna be basically mostly animating them. So that's what I'm trying to figure out how to do.
And let's say I want to start here, so I can right click, insert key, great, drag it along, and if I...
Because he has, I put the, I need to have the icon and animation player are both children of this thing, right? So I have the same setup, except he has a sprite 2D. It doesn't matter. Okay.
If I move it, say, this way, and I insert another key.
So this is because we added a track. This is where I'm confused. So let me delete this, right? Add track, property track. It has to be the track that is controlling the icon, which we just put on the board, right? So that's so far so good. I understand that. And then I need to do.
And if I move it, click, insert key, property track, click on my sprite. Let's do position.
Position. Okay. Okay. So it's position. Okay. Cool. position. So first we're gonna do position. So is each creature then? Is each creature gonna be its own scene then? Is that what I'm getting from this?
And let's say I want to start here, so I can right click, insert key, great, drag it along, and if I move it, say this way, and I insert another key, it will now.
Okay, so let's move this over here. Insert key. Move this over here. Insert key. You can make magic so the scene creator can load different sprites, so you only have to do the animation once. So here we go. We did position.
Go between that. I can also add sprite rotation, and I can add a key here, go over here, maybe rotate a little bit, you know, like that. Insert the key, and as you can see,
I believe it was E, if I remember correctly. Was it E to rotate? Rotate mode? I do not enjoy moving the keyframes around. I wish I could do it like somehow through the keyboard, just like slowly. So we got it. So we can put it on the loop. And then we can hit this so it starts playing when, so like, autoplay and load, that's like, let's say if it's an idle animation, you obviously want the characters to be idling or whatever. So actually what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna go to, just because I don't want to waste time, I just got Adobe Animate and I don't want to draw things because that's gonna take me another like 4 hours to figure that out. I'm just gonna use Sprite to like build some assets really quick. So we're just gonna very quickly do fast and dirty builds of a creature. Six, yeah, whatever, right? Should I build? I'll just do the head right now, right? I'll just do the head. We can do all the refining stuff later. I think my dog. I know he's not barking to go inside. Yeah, you build them limb by limb. I know he doesn't want to go inside, but he knows that barking means that he'll go inside eventually. So it's up to the dog to kind of choose his life path. Dogs do be smart. They try, right? Yeah. And stupid at the same time. Sometimes I'm stupid, yeah. Well, like, I feel like he should know by now, because it's sort of like the weird thing is like sometimes me and my dog, like we go through the same patterns. For I mean, I've had him for years and years and years, and it's almost like he never learns something. Like in some ways, there's zero progress in some ways. He just doesn't like. To be fair, though, I don't put a lot of effort into training my dog. I wanted to have an unhinged jaw. Mine had mine for 12 years now. Lived in this place for almost 8. She still tries to go with my brother in the mornings. Yeah. My dog just kind of, he tries to pull me into like, he tries to like, maybe he is barking to go inside. Maybe he is. Oh, he is. Okay. He was trying to come inside. He was trying to get back inside. It's 19 Celsius. It's really nice outside. Let's see. What's the time? 3 hours? Okay, we're good. I know I could definitely be doing this somehow faster or whatever. I'm gonna eventually use Adobe Animate for this process. I'm just doing like. Okay, so that's gonna be our head. I'm not gonna put a ton of effort into it. Actually, let me just do the only thing I do want to do is eye, and then make it slightly darker. I'm gonna do one of these. Oops, crap. Then bucket tool. Alright, so we're gonna save this export as, we're gonna put this into our desktop. This godot tutorial assets. I'm assuming assets, right? And we're gonna name it head PNG. Export. I'm not even gonna save it. Let's see where we're at. So asset is fine. Your project is small, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm assuming I just drag this out to here, right? Oh. Because I committed this animation to... How did I commit it to the icon? Make a sprite 2D. I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to think back. Like, how did I commit this animation player to this icon, or click the icon? The icon is a 2D sprite 2D. Oh, I kind of want to use. I'm not sure if I'm expressing like what I'm trying to say. Like, you want both? Like, no. I want to like figure out. It's obviously the animation player is controlling this thing, right? The icon. Oh. It's so if let's say I delete this. You can replace the texture on it. You can replace it. No? Okay, so let's grab the head. Let's do, you said, okay, let's do, add child. What did you say to add? Sprite 2D? Sprite 2D, let's do that. Like, I just want to replace the icon with this new, with the new, delete that one. Oh, okay. So the icon, then inspect or change it there, drag the new one in there. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is, obviously this is not, he's not idling. I'm just going to do stop this nonsense, and then I'm gonna go frame 1 is here, and then I want frame, like, I want basically him to be like, crap, I don't want rotation. How do I just, I forgot I forgot how to grab and just drag it down to a different position. Oh, I gotta click on, do I gotta click on this track to, I think I just need this, right? Insert key. So right now, I need to do one of these. From here to here, I just want his head to go. Obviously, I'm not doing a great job right now. Let me delete these keyframes. I don't need those keyframes. I'm going. Why is he off of? I just kind of want to, I want to have his head just bobbing up and down a little bit, so like, not sure why. Unless I could just gotta delete it and then do position, and then do, have it be like down a little bit. Just insert key. Is it doing it? Okay, so that's more like what I wanted. But the other thing I'm having issues with is like I can't. I'm having a hard time adjusting this. So if let's say I just wanted a very slight, or if I was on this keyframe and I went up, will that work? So no, it's still going down. Like I'm having a hard time reassigning the keyframe. So it's going down. But let's say I was like on this keyframe, but I'm like, I don't like this position. If you put the sprite at a place where two lines cross, it'll be easier to. If you put the sprite at the place where two lines cross, it will be easier to see the position. If you put the sprite at the place where two lines. Oh, this right here. So we'll try to always use that as the starting point. I don't know how it fell off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do I reset? How do I retell it that this is a starting point? Like its origin point, because every time I click on this right here to move this, it just wants to. It just knows that this is where the origin point is, but that's not what I want, obviously. Delete the 2 path and redo them. Don't know why it's doing that. Delete these 2. So if I do move it to center, add track. What was it? Position. So we're gonna do insert key, and then right here I'm just gonna do a very slight forward. Insert key. And then we're gonna do rotation. Insert key. You can use the arrows on your keyboard to only move in a straight line. Like you mean like this, like right here, like that? Or you mean like the keyframes, like move the keyframes on a keyboard? 'Cause I'm not sure how. Okay, so you mean like the sprite? You meant like the sprites. Okay, so we're gonna do the. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and I want to just give it a slight rotate, like, and then add insert key. If you hold shift, it moves faster. If what's weird is it's not doing it. Yeah. Oh, it is doing it. Okay. And if you're saying if you hold shift, okay. So this is all I wanted, like a little head bob. And I don't know how long this needs to go on for. Cause like, what if I just want him to bob and like come back to the original position? Can I copy these keyframes to over there? Can I just go? Oh wait, I need to do. Let's do four seconds, right? Just to play around with it a little bit. If you hold shift, it moves faster. You need to select it first. Okay. So let's do. Is there a way to have this keyframe over here? If that makes sense. Oh wait, he's coming back up to his original point automatically. Try Control C, Control. I don't like how easily I can accidentally move them. It's very annoying to like have to move these. Control C. Let's go over here. Control V. Oh, you're a genius. Control C, and I think this will work. So in theory, you should go. In theory, you should go down, back up, and then in theory, if I'm correct, if I just do this again, it should go back down on 3 right here. Control V, Control C, Control V. So we got down, up, down. So it looks like he's sort of idling or what, you know, just standing there. So we got that. Now let's do. Thank you, nom nom nom. Thank you, Stone Home Games, for stopping by. I think you can also mass select. Oh, like do keyframe like this and then just replicate it. Although I would have to do. Well, okay, you can. Okay, you can for sure. Right now, I just kind of wanna. I wanna not mess anything up right now. You know what I mean? I just want to sit here and enjoy the little victory I've had. This is like the furthest I've progressed so far. This is like day 2 of like trying to get to like crawl my way out of the Like yesterday, I literally just got a headache and went to bed, and then I played Diablo. Like, so this is actually very far for me. So anyway, let's go back to my Asprite. I need to open up Asprite, right? Draw the main body. Let's do. Sorry, why am I? I'm losing my mind over here. I'm like, not able to think. Okay. I forgot what color we were using, which is not help. I think it's on the same color, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. I think it was this color. We'll make all this nicer down the road. You know what I mean? We're just like messing around and. Twitch was down. Okay. So this is our body. Let's do IB. By the way, you planning on making the front of the game as well? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing all of the artwork for it. Yeah, all of it. So I'm like I said, right now I'm just. Well, you know, you've seen my artwork, you know, or whatever. Maybe you haven't, but. I can draw. It's just I need to get past like the understanding of how to do this phase before we move on to the fun stuff where I get super creative and you know. Font is the text type. Oh, font. I thought you said front, like the front, like the UI or whatever. Am I doing the font? I didn't even think about that. That hasn't even occurred to me. I just know the UI and things of that nature. The fonts and things like that is like debatable maybe because I'm not sure. That's like almost a subset of skill or something. I don't know. He's got some spice on his back here. Font, what I know, it's not hard to make it. You can even draw all the characters and scan them in. Yeah, I could. I've never been particularly talented at that. That's never been like my super strength is like the lettership. But I can probably force myself to do that. One mistake I made the reason it gives me nightmares, like when you said font, the reason it gives me nightmares is because I remember I did a tattoo design for like a dude in the military, and he was like, draw me this, and I did, and then he wanted like, he kept elaborating more stuff, like he wanted the whole creed of the whatever. thing he's in, and it just like it was so difficult to like, and then he ended up ghosting me. No big deal. It's just what I should have done is been like, no, this is the tattoo, and because like he ended up like he wanted like half a book worth of text below the eagle I was drawing, and I'm like, and then he's like, towards the end he hit me up with the, do you do color? Yeah, like dude, it was yeah, like he wanted the creed of his whatever, you know. That's yeah, I had to calligraphy that out on paper or whatever, and because I didn't know how tattoos are made. Like I'm not sure what the guy on the other end needs, so I'm like sitting there and like writing out cursive, you know what it is, on how big part of it. That's the other thing is I don't think I didn't know how to make things right. I didn't know how to like direct a person towards the right decision. Like right when you're making design, sometimes the customer doesn't like know what they want or what they're talking about. So you got to be like, oh no, we're not. That's terrible, or whatever, you know. But I didn't know, so I'm like, maybe that is what people do, because people do get writing and stuff. So I'm like, okay, but like, yeah, dude, it was awful. I thought the design was good. It was like Airborne Eagle or whatever, but I don't know. I'm just so when you said font and letters, it just immediately like I started getting like flashbacks to Vietnam. I'm just like, I don't want to go through that again. But anyway, let's do export. And we want to change the name to, we want to do desktop, this godot tutorial. Assets. I'm gonna be like, hey, Ayrton, I did the first creature. You're welcome. Just submit this as a creature. Okay. What did I do wrong? Did I do something wrong? Highly understood every artist saying no to making tattoo. That shit is not the same as making art on paper. I've done tattoo design. Some people are like way more reasonable about it, and like it works out. And like I said, I don't really know, like I didn't know enough about tattoos to know like what I need to provide for them. But apparently you don't really need to provide anything. They just take your picture, they like can put it in there, scan it, put it in their computer, scale it out to whatever. So it's not really that as big of a deal as I thought. I thought I had to have it done perfectly on my end, which is not true. You can take like any of my pictures that I drew and technically have it submitted, and the guy, if it's not a total like shit like tattoo parlor, they should know what they're doing and be able to like convert it into, you know what I mean, like they should be able to scale it or whatever they need to do on their end to kind of make it happen. But yeah, whatever. I'm not super against tattoos. I kind of avoid it unless I know the person's kind of cool and I worked with them before, but I typically try to sidestep that problem. Sorry, I'm not sure. I know I'm kind of stupid, but I thought I just did export as body. Did I? It's in assets. This godot tutorial, new project, took a bit for it to show up. Oh, we did take a bit for it to show up. Let me cancel all that. It did take a little bit. I wasn't expecting that. I thought it would be like instantaneous. It's just a file. Okay, so this is where I get confused. I need to make another 2D sprite, right? I need to make another child sprite. Sprite 2D, right? Or is it body? Click the icon. Okay, I'll cancel this. Click the icon. Hit Control D. Oh, to replicate it. Is that gonna make a copy of it? Let's rename this to head, right? Can I rename this? That's gonna bother me. Hit rename. Is it right click? Click then rename, to click. I just don't see. There it is. Head. Then we're gonna do rename body. And so we're gonna do erase this and then drag body in there, right? Oh, I forgot. I made it black instead of the only issue is we're at the wrong, is it, I know you can change, I was just shown, is it ordering? Index, is it 1? Or do I need to go -1? Okay, -1, okay. I'm not sure if the, move body above the head. Because I remember that's what he said, to like change the, how things are positioned out. Okay. So in theory, it should move along the same. So the animation player is not affecting that one though. I thought it was already going to be affecting. So here's head, body. Do I need to make a new animation player for every body part? Or do I need to... Do I need to add track and then go track body? Okay. Okay. Let's do let's do let's do position, I think, right? So we have body and we're gonna go add note here. I wish I could. I really don't like that I can't control this with my keyboard, you know, or I'm sure you can, I just don't know how. Like just go frame by frame. Like I have to like sit here and just like try and drag and click it. It's like I'm gonna click on it perfectly just to like catch it. It's like trying to. Okay, there we go. Now it's good. Try scrolling over the bar. Try scrolling over the bar. Scroll wheel. Oh, like once I. No. Yeah. It's not doing anything. I'm scrolling with the mouse and it's not moving this little bar around. But we did get a keyframe in, and we're gonna go to here and change the position. Or just use the arrows at the top. These ones. That just plays it though. It's play animation or play animation. Those are the options. On the right. You have the numbers, and then next to the numbers, 2 arrows. The numbers, and next to the numbers, 2 arrows. Here are the numbers, and next to the numbers, 2. These are arrows, right? Or these are arrows. To the right of play button. So if I go 1, is that gonna change the... Okay, so that goes... Oh, you can kind of like, you can kind of just tell it where to be. Try holding shift. I just can't believe that it's moving at 0, 0, like it's moving it so slowly. That's crazy. I'm trying to see if like I can just type in, like, let's say I want to be near 1. I can be like 1. Not sure why it moves that slow. It must be my settings on my end. But regardless, we are moving along here. So we got position, and now we're gonna move Actually, I think I need to... I wish I could like zoom in on the track, if that makes sense. How do I zoom in on the track? Is this it? Oh, now, okay. That's gonna be a lot. I think, God, it's so hard to catch this thing. It's like you really... The fact that the arrow keys don't work to like move this, like... And it's like really hard to grab too. I gotta like... I can't get it in the center. You see what I'm saying? It's like... I think I gotta go back a little bit and then go insert key that way, and then I gotta like, no, that's too much, right? So here, I need it to be like here. I think you just click on the bar, don't have to hit the line. That's the thing, is that like you can't move the... as far as I know, you cannot move this thing. Maybe if I hit shift, the top bar. Oh, okay. That makes it 1,000 times easier. Because the fact that you had to catch it before... Oh, now you can like move it around. Okay. I still wish that arrow keys would like let you just make micro adjustments. And maybe the numpad. Alright. I mean, it's doable. It's doable. I just wish it was like a little bit more refined, so I wouldn't have to be like in pure agony. Because when I zoom in, it doesn't become any... It just becomes a different version of difficult. I just want to do... I probably should have moved the body first and then animated the head around the body moving around instead of the other way around. But I can do add track, rotation. No, wait, what am I doing? Body. So when I'm here, oh, I can do the scroll wheel kind of, and still it's like really slow. Let's do... Then we'll do E. So what's that look like? That does not look right. Oh, I didn't insert the keyframe, that's right. And actually, let me do insert keyframe, but then I gotta go to this keyframe and probably lift it up a little bit. This animation, I'm gonna need some practice with this, but you guys get the idea. You can kind of just sit here and kind of animate your creatures. Because what I should have done is I should have moved the... Anyway, I need to look up. You know what I need to do is like look up tutorials for how to do go dot any animation animating what would you call it, character 2D. What game are you making? Have you thought about sprite sheets? Yeah, we thought about sprite sheets. This is I'm just doing this for practice. I was following a tutorial, and obviously I just got the idle animation on right now. But you get the idea. I'm just learning the like the real way to do it. He needs dynamic. Yeah, because we're gonna be needing, you know, if they're customizable characters at all, you're gonna need more stuff. Animation tree. Godot animations. I'm gonna have to look in. Okay, so there's a inverse. Okay, inverse kinematics animation and Godot tutorial. So the bone rigging. Are you making a Mario clone to study Godot? Yeah, like kind of. We're just messing around with how big. Like I'm just trying to get the hang of how the program works. So there's a good tutorial right
start
here.
Implementing the controls to have a functional movement system within our game. And that's why we won't do the controls for now. We want to test the limits of Godot.
He did the breakies, can't remember the name, video to learn. Yeah, it's, what's his name? Jwiz. And I forgot what the other name was, but yeah. I've been doing all kinds of tutorials. And the whole JSON file thing to implement C hash kind of break my mind. The whole JSON file thing where he explains every node. Yeah, that's rough. I'm gonna switch to, just for a little bit, because my brain is getting tired of this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna draw for like 30 minutes and then we'll go back to doing, I'll finish that character to the best of my ability. I'm gonna take a little break and I'll be right back, and then I'm just gonna draw for a little bit and then we'll go back to the tutorials in a little bit. It's hard and it melts your brain. Yeah, learning side is hard. Vector math breaks my mind. I think you meant to spell code. We didn't even get to code. I'm just learning the basics of like, you know. So I'm at 1 p.m. basically. I'll just draw for like 30 minutes. So where's it? All right, where's my pencil here?
Wherever you go, lead the way.
So okay, I just wanted to kind of get the outlines out there, all that kind of stuff, the kind of background guys I want. Oh yeah, he can be holding like a lamp or something. Show me R22. Wow, I'm loving this one, brother. So good. He actually looks like he's popping right off the paper. Thank you. Yeah, I think this one turned out pretty. This one's turning out really strong. Again, I'm just trying to kind of lightly outline the background, guys. What kind of camera are you using? Would love to pick it up. It was a generic Amazon camera. It was like, I don't know, I think $140 or something, but it didn't have a brand on it. Somebody said it might be a Red or something called like that, but it's like you can see right here. It's not like a standard. It's not like a standard webcam kind of a deal. It's like something a little bit above that, but I think it's a lot like my other camera that I had. I can go to my orders. Maybe if I go to my orders, I can see back when I ordered it, if it's still on my page. They went up to ads right when you started my question. Oh, sorry. Let me send you the link to the camera I bought. This should be the link to the camera. Let me know if that helps. No, you're good. Like I was saying, that's the link to the one I bought. That's exactly what I'm using. Let me know if that link works, if that takes you to the right thing. Back. Okay. That link that I posted, click on that. See if see, it should take you to the camera that I bought. Let me know if it works. Oh yeah, interesting. I like the quality of it from what I see on your stream. Honestly, it kind of seems like it's better than the other one, but it's sort of like I was expecting I honestly was expecting like a little bit more from a camera that doesn't have sound and stuff like that. You know, it's just dedicated to this one purpose, and it says 4K and you know all this kind of stuff. But I would like to have found something that's just like one step above this, but not spend $700, if that makes sense. That's sort of what I was looking for. drawing break? Yeah, it's my little drawing break. I still got 3 minutes, I think. 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Alright, so I'm done with my break. Oh wow, another commercial, Jesus. See, I'm suffering just as much as you guys. Suffering just right along with you. Anyway, let's get back to the super fun stuff. Scene 2. Okay, here we go. Let's play this one more time. Oh yeah. So this is good exercise. Remember how to play something again. Okay. I think what I need to do is cancel these points. And obviously I need to like look up a lot more you know, stuff about this. If I go to do this, and I need to go like this, and then go my Twitch crashed. Okay, Twitch should be twitching. Oh wait, Microphone's over there. Sorry, I forgot. I forget things. I wish I could move the center, like... Auto insert keys when objects are translated, rotated, or scaled based on mass. So this is, I'm guessing this is like, if I go like this, oh wait. So that basically automatically insert. I wonder if I can change the point of origin. Region, animation, offset. Okay. Centered. Let's do. Do 5. Let's do 15. Let's do 15. Negative 15. Okay, I think that's more of what I wanted. So if I go W for move tool, and then R, I'll get E. So if we go to our first node, I'm gonna go here, and then here, E. I want to move those Y negative 20. I think 25 maybe even. Okay. Move like this. And then 19. No. 19. 10. 5. Actually, I can take these, Control C, Control V, Control C, V, Control C, Control V. So we kind of got, you know what I mean, an idling sort of a mob kind of thing. So I think this is good progress. I'm gonna be honest, I feel good. I'm feeling good about this. Except I do need to do with this color that I got. I kind of gotta do. Right. So we. All right. Now I need what? I need legs, right? Or maybe like a tail or something. I'm not sure which one's gonna be harder. I'll do tail just for the hex of it. Yeah, I'll do a tail. Just erase this. Oh no, I'm gonna need like what? I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna, just for edit sprite properties, layer, frame properties, select, view, canvas, sprite size, canvas size, see canvas size. Let's just do 128. I just kind of just to be lazy. Kind of want to just want to just to kind of be. I don't want to do 40 more pieces of tail. I just want to, just as a experiment. Just as an experiment, I kind of want to just do one of these. Right, something like that, and go. Probably don't even really need to do these outlines and all that. But. Think there's a loop options? For what? I'm gonna do tail, I'll call it tail 1. For the animation? Oh, you mean like so it plays infinitely? I think it's already playing infinitely. It'll go on forever. Not the path. Animation, not the path. Oh, know the path. Animation, not the path. I think there's, at the end of the paths, there's a button. I'm not sure. Can't see it for the can't see it for the video. Oh. I'm not sure what those do. Loop rep mode, interpolate, end with the beginning of the loop. Oh, I don't know what that does. I think one of them is looping the path animation. One of them is for looping path animation. 1 second. I gotta let a lady check the gas. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. There's a gas lady came over to check the gas for leaks. We'll have to look into that a bit more. I'm not sure what's wrong. Everything's fine, right? I don't see anything being wrong. Unless I'm blind, I don't know. So right now I just want to add the rest of the tail. Welcome back, thank you. No, it's fine. I just don't know enough to explain it yet. Okay. Yeah. Let me get tail 1 on here. Okay, I did something wrong. Was I not supposed to just drag it on the screen or whatever? This tail. Oh! I made a tail, another tail. Oh, let me get out of that. Let me delete that. I'm supposed to drag this, right? Or no? I forgot how to properly. Well, I have tail and tail 1. Those are. I have the extension of the tail. Oh, that's right. I gotta drag this in here first. Okay, that's how you drag it in there. And then we do what? We do I need to go to do this a little bit. And then I want to change the position also. I want to add a position. Add track. Tail 1. Position. And we're gonna do... I'm not even gonna worry about its... I mean, I guess I'll do ordering. I'll do, what, -1. How come I'm doing -1? Oh, whatever. It's working, so I'm not gonna... I thought I would have to keep going down a number for them to work properly. So we'll do, we got position, so we got, it's rotating. It's actually not looking too bad, like it's actually kind of following along with what I wanted. But I kind of want to do insert key, and I want to do just raise it like slight bit right there, just like a slight, crap. Just a slight bit. Seems like it needs to go back a little bit, like that or something. It's terrible, I know, but only if the other -1 is overlapping this one. So it's pretty, you know, it's unrefined or whatever, but at least this is what I needed to know to get started with what I'm going to be doing. But you get the idea. It can be improved on, but the main idea is there. I'm just not sure if I should start animating at bottom, like from like the bottom of the tail shouldn't move at all. It's a good idle animation. Well, if I were like to, it's our. I think this is like halfway there. You know what I mean? There's just like a bunch of like sprites that aren't like completely moving in sequence with each other, but we're moving in the right direction. Let me go to I'm going to, once I get off of here, I'm going to, go walk my dog and basically play video games, eat or whatever, and, you know, just take care of some business. And then I'm going to continue doing, like, tutorials over and over again so I don't forget this stuff. And, I'll be back tomorrow for more of this. But basically, yeah, I'm at about 5 hours, so I'm going to just kind of finish up. I'm just going to draw a little bit till I hit 5 hours, and then I'm going to go. But yeah, today was definitely a much more productive day than the first one, where I just couldn't do anything, really. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of frustrating days ahead of me, but... Yeah, man, take a break. Thank you.
Like I said, this stuff fries my brain, and then like
I'm gonna continue. I'm just gonna like after this, I'm gonna go take a long break or whatever, and then I'm gonna go, kind of like in the evening, just sit down, repeat some stuff, start another start this but all over again, and you know, that kind of thing. Learn some more stuff, and then tomorrow I'll show up and we'll do kind of the same thing again. Maybe start making, maybe try and start making the first monster. Oh, the music stopped. Whatever. It's gonna play another commercial. But yeah, I'm really excited with where things are going. If I can kind of master that whole thing, you know, things are gonna be a lot easier from there. But I will continue doing godot. Like, even though like I'm primarily gonna be doing that artwork and animation and stuff, I'm still gonna be doing still gonna be doing like the other stuff. But yeah, I feel a lot more hopeful after today, because yesterday was a disaster.
5 hours and 2 minutes. I'm gonna get out of here for the day, and tuned out. There was a lot of more solo leveling than I thought. Okay. Let me show you. I don't know if you're still here, but I'll show you kind of like what I've been playing around with in scene 4 here. Just kind of got into the this kind of stuff, so I guess I can basically start making creatures. I don't know if you're still hearing or something, but this is kind of where we're at. Just kind of try to put together like a super simple sprite or whatever, not sprite animation, but you know, animation player animation kind of thing. I'm guessing this is kind of like what most of them will be like. I could maybe try and whip up some like early stage creatures from this, and you know what I mean. Start learning. Like I still haven't touched the whatever the Adobe Animate. I haven't touched that yet, but I can draw some things in there and start like trying to kind of formulate a creature, like one of the plants or something along those lines. But yeah, that's the good news, is that things are headed in the right direction, I think. But you know, we're finally at this stage. This is kind of like where I needed to kind of, you know, I needed to explore all the other stuff too, though, to kind of get to this point. But anyway, I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna walk my dog, go play video games, eat, and then I'll spend the rest of the evening just kind of playing around with the stuff, and then I'll be back tomorrow, as always. And I'll see you guys later, and I'll rage you guys out. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you, Jibochi. What others? I don't even know. I don't know who this person is. I'm just rating out.
Hey, Zeus, shut up. Thank you. She's fucking after me, but you can't kill me. Oh, okay.